dress me up so good. You're the glitter in the darkness of my world. Just tell me what to do. I'll fall right into you. Going under 'cause I spell. Just say the word. I feel your love. Boom, clap, the sound in my heart. The beat goes on and on and on and on. And boom, clap, you make me feel good. Come on to me now. Boom, clap, the sound in my heart. The beat goes on and on and on and on. And boom, clap, you make me feel good. Come on to me now.
Good morning, Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. Welcome back to the most listened to program in all of the Sandhills. It's time once again for Mornings with the LeaderMan. I am Steve Leader Adams, and don't forget, of course, we're being heard and seen around the world on our live video stream. That's available at our website at talk973.com or talk1041.com or WEEB990.com. Top middle of the page is where the video link is. Now, if you just want to listen to our regular broadcast stream, you can do that too from the website. Just go to the upper right-hand corner and click on the icon that says on the air, listen live, and you'll be listening that quick. Weather for us today here in the Sandhills area, partly cloudy with a chance of thunderstorms, high around 90, heat index today of 98. And tonight, partly cloudy, chance of thunderstorms, a low of 75. Tomorrow, 30% chance of the wet stuff, partly cloudy, thunderstorms, hot, humid, high of 94, heat index 101. And for Thursday, looks like that's going to be the hottest day. Sunny, high of 96, heat index of 103. And the fun continues. Right now around the Sandhills, solar radiation 27 watts per square meter, pressure 3044, winds west of 2.74, humidity 97%. It's partly cloudy and 75 degrees currently here at Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. It's 7:33, 33 past the hour on this Tuesday morning. Glad to have you along. And in the studio, David Hensley and Abdul is here. So,
what up?
Wait a minute. I got to cut you on first.
Mic check 1, 2.
Let me squeak my chair a little bit.
The 5-foot assassin with the roughneck business.
Yeah.
Float like
You
gravity.
need something to kiss, do you?
No, we just need a sound effects panel. I'm thinking like a squeaky chair, a munching on food, and
I have lubed this chair to death, and it's
just no good, no good. Maybe we should get bean bags.
Bean bags, weights, huh?
yeah, it's a little low to the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, normally we start out every day with something of humor, but I'm going to start out differently today.
Okay.
You realize Mick Jagger turned 79 years old today? That doesn't have anything to do with it, David. Just
Mick Jagger, 79, you said?
79 years old today.
Is he still performing?
Yeah.
Yeah. And to celebrate, here are some, he's performing, and he's actually got a performance this week. But to celebrate, here are some of his best from more than 50 years with the Rolling Stone. It's short, but let's pay our respect. Come on, Napster.
Okay, let's try it again.
Napster redoes its page all the time and turns, makes it different how it works. And it screws me up. Anyway, where was I? Mick Jagger. 50 years with the Rolling Stones.
What a drag it is getting old. Time is on my side. It is a secret angel, and I want it into black. You don't nothing but a under my thumb. Goodbye, Ruby Tuesday. Chocolate Jack, with the last guy. It's all right, sugar. I can't
79 years of rock and roll.
Hits, man. Mick Jagger had some hits. I pulled up this picture. This is last year.
Wait, are you just hearing about Mick Jagger for the first time?
No.
Okay. I just want to clarify for the audience.
That montage was like, dang, he did have a lot of bangers. Shattered is my joint. But I pulled this picture up because last year he randomly shows up at the Thirsty Beaver in Charlotte, right? Like just standing outside having a beer. Nobody knows it's Mick Jagger. Like nobody knows it's him.
Who was it? She was never mind, I can't remember. It was a lady, a singer, who showed up at a look-alike contest, and she lost.
She came in second
place. It was Jewel.
Jewel showed up to her own look-alike contest.
Didn't win.
Got second.
That means it was like a sing-along and look-alike.
Because you're not as good at being you as her.
Right. But,
Dolly Parton had the same problem at a look-alike.
Yeah.
Wow.
I was thinking, I was driving over the weekend and I was listening to some classic rock. I don't generally do that. But anyway, I came to the conclusion that of that entire era, and there's been other bands that have been just as great, man, the mid-90s, the early 2000s. Anyway, I've decided that The Who was the greatest band of that era. Their music, every song was executed to perfection. Every single drum, percussion, everything with The Who was perfect.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, y'all got to go back and get your Who up.
That was my conclusion. I was thinking about this just Sunday. And here's another thing about The Who. 10 years or so ago, they were kicking off their North American tour in Las Vegas, and their like long-term bassist, like the dude from Day One, took too much cocaine, killed over, and they like continued the tour 2 days later. I mean, their bassist for 30 years killed over.
Mate, gotta get this bread.
Yeah, and man, they just next and had a dude there filling in. But I mean, that's kind of the way bassists are. No one really knows who the bass player is anyway, I guess. Who is the bass player? Who was the bass player?
I have no idea.
Entwistle. John Entwistle, I think, is how you pronounce his name.
Well, I couldn't have gotten that right on the multiple choice test. So.
Are you smart in the fifth grade? Oh, no, I shouldn't have brought that up.
Don't worry, it's coming.
Speaking of which, oh, God. I think I have a union.
All right, let's see if we can lighten it up a tad with the best of the Unique Boys from last night.
Well, as the ongoing pilot shortage leads to more flight cancellations, senators have introduced a new bill to raise the mandatory retirement age for pilots. Yeah, that's who passengers want flying their plane. A pilot who thought his best days were behind him. He's like, I'm back, I'm Maverick. And you go, oh, hold on. Yeah, you'll know the pilot's older when he gets assigned gate B7 and yells bingo. You know what I'm saying?
The fast food chain Subway will launch a promotion this week that will give customers free sandwiches for a year if they get a tattoo of the company's Subway Series logo on their forearm. Meanwhile, Arby's will give you a sandwich if you just write meat on your forehead with a Sharpie.
Listen to this. Due to rising food prices, burgers and pizzas are getting smaller. Yep, a White Castle burger is now the size of a postage stamp.
Okay, Seth Meyer's still not funny.
You know, I was at Walmart yesterday, and I decided while I was there walking around, like just mind-numbed at the ridiculous cost of stuff, I've decided that Biden inflation has a good side, and that is we're all going to lose weight. You know, the Snickers, those things got out of control big. Now they're back to the size they used to be.
Regular Snicker.
But, I mean, it's like 40% less at twice the price. And Oreos, I mean, my God, who could afford to eat Oreos?
Look, I'm going to get one of them. Had a good valid point, though. Shouts out if you've never had a White Castle experience. Those are some...
White Castle's awesome.
Yeah, that is some tasty little burgers you got going on there.
I just buy mine frozen at, the Sam's
I've never
Club.
done those. Never done them.
Yeah, just stop by Sam's Club and get, the big value size and hope your freezer... We
eat half of them and the other half rots away in the fridge.
Well, the problem we have is we've got an upright freezer and it's not level. I never leveled it. So if you don't make sure the door's closed, you come back from a weekend trip and you just everything in the freezer. I think we're on the third go around of that.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Well, a lot of refrigerators and freezers, if they're not level, have a automatic shut-off in there if they're not within tolerance.
Well, I'll tell you this, the door doesn't close.
Yes. Yeah, well, you can get the kind of latches, like in RVs. 25-year-old pizza delivery man has been given over $500,000 in online donations after saving 4 children and an 18-year-old from a burning house in Indiana. Here is Nicholas Bostic talking about his amazing rescue and how he has a new lease on life.
The heat scared me, and the whole situation scared me. It was adrenaline. I hightailed my butt into the house through the back door, found Kaylani in the smoke, continued upstairs, collapsed at the top stairs, and then went to jump out the window, but her leg got wrapped up around the curtain, and so I finished up busting the window out after I got it unwrapped, and then we jumped out. I'm ready to go play some football. I'm ready to go drift. Whatever, let's go, baby.
All right.
Good job, man.
And another good news story, a video is going viral of a man in a boat rescuing a piglet he found swimming in the middle of the ocean. Here's the moment when the man was able to scoop the poor animal out of the water to safety. I watched the video, and judging from those who scooped him up, that pig thought he was rescued. The people in the boat thought lunch is here.
Yeah.
So my thing is, what is this pig doing in the middle of the ocean? I
don't know.
How did this pig end up in the middle of the ocean?
I could see, they say in the middle of the ocean, I could see land behind him.
Okay.
A good ways away, but, he surely would have drowned.
Stray pig, yeah. Huh?
And when you go to church these days, looks like the bishop is doing better than you financially. A New York City pastor was robbed at gunpoint in the middle of a live stream church service by a masked gunman. Here's the moment that the armed robbers stole $400,000 worth of jewelry, and Bishop Lamore Whitehead speaking about it just after the fact.
All right. They, took my watch, took my jewelry, took my bishop's ring, took my wedding band, and then they took my bishop's cross. It was hundreds of thousands of dollars in jewelry that was taken from me. God will avenge. I don't have to do anything. God will avenge.
So, pastor robbed, live streamed on stage, $1 million worth of jewelry. So we should have had this conversation back when, remember Tammy Faye Baker? What was the dude's name?
Jim Baker.
Jim and Tammy Faye Baker. We as a nation should have had this conversation back then. But certainly when we have reverends being robbed of $1 million worth of jewelry, when we have Olstein in Texas with mansions around the country, when we have a reverend in South Carolina with multiple jets, when we have other nonprofits paying, the executives paying themselves millions and millions of dollars, we as a nation need to have a conversation that nonprofits are big business, and we need to have a serious conversation about just eliminating nonprofits. Because the abuse is 90, show me a nonprofit, and there's a 90% chance that it is some sort of abuse of the tax system.
Well, not only that, I think there's the real elephant in the room. I'm not condoning the robbery. I'm not saying the robbery was all right, but I guarantee you that this church, especially if this is in Brooklyn, this is not in a well-to-do community. He's not serving the baller elite. Where are we when
he took that money from the people who are least able to afford it?
I can't get past the fact now, and I heard the guy. I'm listening to his voice, and I'm like, listen, the end of the day, what we're talking about here is the condition in the community reflective of that pastor? Are we talking about a community of that, or like you said, or is this people taking money?
Well, it is now. At least the dude who robbed him's living that lifestyle now.
Right on, like
at least one guy.
At least two people got it at that point, right? But that's a symptom of a bigger problem, though.
The Reverend should be thankful that he's sharing his wealth with the people who were less fortunate than him.
Right. So I wonder, he said he doesn't got to do anything. That means he's not going to testify. He's going to show up in court like if they catch the guy. But,
he's not going to do anything. He's when he questions asked about where he got the $1 million worth of jewelry.
I mean, come on with it. And then, look, we're talking about New York. Right. If he's in Brooklyn, that's New York City. We just, on the Urban Conservative last night, we had Paul Rodriguez, who's running for state comptroller in New York. And one of the things he said is, if you knew how much abuse, fraud, and waste happens in New York City, and the comptroller does nothing.
Can you imagine?
It's insane. And this guy's, international banking guy. But here's the interesting part, right? The guy running for comptroller is a Puerto Rican who grew up in a single mother household to go on to become like he worked for Solomon Brothers for years. Like,
oh, wait. The left told me there's no upward mobility in this country. Are you telling me that there's upward mobility for minorities that came from broken households?
Apparently you could either become a finance genius or a $400,000 jewelry wearing bishop.
Yeah, I'll be damned. I think we got two other examples kind of sitting right here in the studio.
Yeah.
But, to the left, it never happens.
No, that's a thing. Yeah.
Well, one thing I need to correct you on, just because I know it, that you were crashing down on Osteen. Well, he doesn't get any salary from his church. He only makes money on the books he sells. So.
Yeah, I think he's living a pretty good lifestyle.
He's selling a lot of books, I'll give him that.
Look, my point is nonprofits, used to be it was the church, the meager church just barely getting by on stuff, and people wanted to give them tax breaks. But the vast majority of nonprofits are big business. I don't know if she's still in charge, but there was an admiral that I worked for at one time, that one star who was...
One with the dress at the CDC?
No, different person. But this person was not a very good leader, but, she ended up becoming head of the Red Cross and getting like $1 gazillion and this and that. And, they got to get the money out of nonprofits. And the way to do that is just take away their tax-exempt status and...
Check this out. I just got a text message. Shouts out to everybody out there listening to the show. And it says this guy he says he was targeted for his celebrity status. So, and I can hear that pastor dude, that bishop dude. He's the guy driving around New York City in a Bentley, probably preaching to all the rappers and the dope dealers, and they're throwing him some stuff. I mean, and that's a thing. We're not going to act like that doesn't happen. But more often than not, it's sad, and especially in black communities, these pastors and these preachers fall prey to the whim of the Democrats and to the left. They're the gatekeepers. These people show up and give them money. We actually had a state senator on the Urban Conservative some time back, and he was a part of the Democrat Party machine, and he said, listen, it is not up for debate. They rely on people being uninformed, and they have mechanisms and means to do that. So, if this guy's sitting in his pulpit with his, probably multi-$1,000 suits on with $1 million worth of jewelry on, telling people to go vote for somebody, what do you think the people are going to do?
Well, you might attract attention if you're wearing a $75,000 watch and a $200,000 necklace.
Because that's what Jesus would have wanted you to have, though. I mean, if Jesus was alive today, I think he'd be like, yes, sir. No, that watch is not expensive enough. It needs to be $75,000 or better.
Right.
How dare you represent me with that puny little Rolex?
But again, I can't help but go back to the people he preyed upon. It's like the lottery, the vast majority of the people who participate in the lottery are the people who can least afford it. And it's the same thing, I'm sure, with this dude in New York with $1 million worth of CNN.
Well, one of the
$1 million, by the way, is $1 million in jewelry.
One of these organizations that get a pass is the Red Cross. And they've done studies of how much of your money actually gets to the cause, and it's very little with the Red Cross, but they pay some enormous salaries.
Yeah, same thing with United Way. They paid that lady. I remember they were beefing about the salary from the United Way lady, millions of dollars.
Well, look, nonprofits do all sort of outrageous things. There was that military-related charity where they leased an entire, for their retreat, they leased an entire getaway in Vail, Colorado, and the CEO rappelled down the building and all this stuff. And they spent $2 million or whatever on their annual retreat. And you know what? Look, if you want to do well in your community and you want to do charitable stuff, that's great. Just make sure you know who you're giving the money to and how they're spending it. There's a lot of worthwhile charities, but they got to weed out these ones that are big business, because I got to say they're the vast majority of them.
Right.
Well, after almost 40 years, the famous Choco Taco ice cream snack is no more. We're going to go live to the memorial service.
Here's the latest from the funeral of the Choco Taco. When people heard about them being discontinued, they fell apart. The pain is so real, nobody wants to talk about it. When Klondike made the decision, we thought they were nuts. The inside scoop? Klondike waffled on production because they didn't want to work on Sundays. My response to Klondike? What the fudge? I'm not your friend anymore. People searching for Choco Tacos in the future are on a rocky road. And finally, without my Choco Tacos, I will be a shell of a man. Reporting from the Choco Taco funeral, Ivan Halted.
Okay.
I'm not sad to see the Choco Taco go. It did nothing well.
I wasn't a big Choco Taco guy.
So here was a Choco Taco. It was a waffle cone folded over like a taco with ice cream in it and then dipped in chocolate. But here's the issue, right? It was horrible ice cream. It wasn't, it was like icy ice cream. You know what I'm saying? Like water-based ice cream, not like, it didn't actually have milk in it. It was like frozen dairy. So it was frozen dairy product wrapped in a waffle cone that was soggy, right? And there's nothing worse than a soggy waffle cone that's not crunchy, and then dipped in fake paraffin-tasted chocolate. So it was like frozen dairy treat with a soggy waffle cone with poor chocolate. So I for one do not miss although I will admit that it was a cultural icon. I am not sad to see it go.
Yeah, I'm ambiguous on it. I don't care.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna eat 1,000 calories, don't waste 1,000 calories on Dunkin' Donuts, man. Get a hot and fresh donut from Krispy Kreme, or get a Granny's donut. Don't, and same thing with ice cream, man. If you're gonna eat 1,000, 2,000 calories, go right for the premium stuff. Don't waste calories on crappy food.
Yeah.
And sources say this morning that Britney Spears is making her much anticipated comeback by recording a duet with Elton John.
I am so looking forward to Britney Spears.
They say it will be a remake of his classic song Tiny Dancers. Here is an exclusive first listen to this song.
Blue jean baby, LA lady, look at you, seamstress for the band.
That's enough.
I am so happy that the Free Britney campaign works. Shouts out to everyone who did the hashtag Free Britney. She is a free woman, and we're going to have her back in our lives to just see what happens. It's gonna be awesome.
Well, we've covered the headline news, but what about the not headline news?
This is not headline news. Ben Affleck was seen getting teary-eyed during Jennifer Lopez's birthday celebration in Paris. It was probably the moment he realized how much more expensive J-Lo is than Jennifer Garner. Mick Jagger turned 79 today. Go ahead and do your "Hey you, get off of my lawn" joke. A new study shows 2/3 of millennials live in the same area where they grew up, and that area is their parents' basement. And today is National All or Nothing Day, but this year there simply isn't a choice, so it's just National Nothing Day. This is not headline news.
All right.
Yeah, supermarket shelves do look amazingly different than I remember them just a few years ago.
What, price-wise or
Price-wise,
size-wise?
stock-wise. I mean, if you've gone into some of these Family Dollars or Dollar Generals, it's like, bro, like, what's going on? You're supposed to be the guy getting everything. You've got next to nothing.
Yeah.
Do you all know who Paul Sorvino is?
Well, is that the guy? What does he do?
He was the mob boss in Goodfellas.
Oh, Big Uncle Paulie.
Yeah.
Uncle
He
Paulie.
died yesterday of natural causes at 83. Here's a scene where his character, Paulie Cicero, slaps Ray Lolita while warning him not to deal with drugs.
What are you talking about?
Just stay away from the garbage, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's Uncle
I'm
Paulie.
not talking about what you did inside. You did what you had to do. I'm talking about now. From now, here and now.
Paulie, why would I want to get into that?
Don't make a jerk out of me. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. You know that you're only out early because I got you a job.
Yeah.
And I don't need this heat. Understand that?
Uh-huh.
That means anybody.
All right.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Uncle Paulie. That was one of Goodfellas is a great movie. That was a great movie. And I'll tell you something. The other day, I'm listening. Do either of you know who Vlad TV is? Are y'all aware of what Vlad TV? Well, they interview all of these like old gangsters. So Sammy the Bull Gravano and all these other guys that like interviewing them, and they're talking about how realistic some of these mob movies were. And he's like, no. It was way worse than the reality is way worse than the movie. And I'm like, what? Yeah, he's talking about whacking guys and all that crazy stuff. So, yeah, Uncle Paulie was good. I liked him.
All right, well, let's play a little Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? I don't have a bump. I had it, but misplaced on my desk.
Let's get that out of the way.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
All right, the following questions come from a standard fifth grade curriculum in the U.S. Answer 4 out of 5 correctly, or you ain't got the sense of a fifth grader. Which word is the antonym of polite? Is it kind, manners, or rude?
Rude is the antonym of yeah.
I'm going with a duel.
It is rude.
Mainly because I wasn't paying attention, but that's okay.
And in Roman numerals, what does the number XXIV represent? Is
24.
Okay.
XXIV is 24. Yeah.
Yeah. See, I paid attention that time.
Right on.
In case y'all haven't noticed, my mind tends to wander from time to time.
What part of the asparagus plant do we usually eat? The stem, the flower, the fruit?
The stem.
The stem.
It is the stem.
Yeah.
Which of the following words is a homophone? Homophone.
Yeah.
Is it comb, break, or orange?
Comb. I think I'm gonna go comb.
I have no idea. I'm not even sure what the question
combing
is.
is-
Well, it's words that sound alike but are spelled differently and have different meanings.
So wait, say it again. What are the choices?
Comb, break, or orange?
Break is the homophone.
I have no idea.
It is break.
Yeah.
And lastly, what does the root word astro mean? Is it space, star, or sky?
Star.
Is that what you're going with, David?
I'm going with, do I have to choose? Wait, what were the choices again?
Space, star, or sky?
I'm going with star.
Star it is.
Very good. Right, we batted it out. Teamwork makes the dream work.
5 out of 5. There we go.
There we
Basic
go.
American education. It works.
Yeah.
All right, currently here in the Sand Hills area, we have 76 degrees, humidity 96%, dew point 75. Your latest news, sports, and weather is on the way, and we shall return on the backside of that. It is 8 o'clock.
We're heading into the mid-80s and the lower 90s for this afternoon. You factor in the humidity. We're talking about feels like temperatures in the triple digits. A few scattered showers and thunderstorms will be possible for today as well. Some could be strong to severe, bringing damaging wind speeds and the potential for flooding across the region. We'll see drier conditions in the overnight hours. Tomorrow, we're likely to see another round of strong to severe thunderstorms move in. Highs the low to mid-90s. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sand Hills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. He's back. Donald Trump returning to D.C. today for the first time since leaving office.
The former president is headlining a two-day summit and is set to deliver a policy-focused speech. He's here in D.C. on the same day his former vice president, Mike Pence, is also making a public appearance. Over the weekend, Trump was warmly received at a gathering of young conservatives in Florida, but he was also the subject of two editorials in publications owned by Rupert Murdoch. The New York Post concluded that Trump is unworthy to lead the nation again. Greg Clugston, Washington.
Indiana's proposed pro-life law drawing thousands of people to the State House in Indianapolis wanting to make their voices heard. Republican Senate leaders propose banning abortion except in cases of rape, incest, or to protect the life of the mother. And Vice President Harris met yesterday with Democrat lawmakers the first day of a special legislative session. A punishing heat wave not ready to release its grip on the Pacific Northwest, where the mercury could top 100 degrees today in some places, Portland, Oregon, among them.
As temperatures in the northwest heat up, it's expected to cool a bit in the northeast in the coming days, where it was 99 degrees in Philadelphia on Sunday and at least 100 degrees for 5 consecutive days in Newark, New Jersey.
That's correspondent Donna Warder. There have also been flooding rains across parts of the Midwest. European Union governments have agreed to ration natural gas this winter amid disruptions in Russian supplies as the ongoing war in Ukraine continues. The goal to lower demand by 15% August through March. On Wall Street this morning, stock futures pointing to a lower open. The Dow futures down 106 points. NASDAQ futures off 42. S&P futures down 12 points ahead of this morning's opening bell. More on these stories at townhall.com.
If you're considering protecting your retirement with gold or silver, listen up. Mark Davis here. And one company I trust for this, Advantage Gold, the highest rated precious metals firm in the country. They are so passionate about teaching people how to own physical gold and silver. They've won the Best of TrustLink Award 4 years in a row because they really educate their clients on how to buy gold and silver the right way. Call 800-900-8000. 800-900-8000. Talk to one of their experts. They can send you a free gold kit along with a free copy of the Wall Street Journal national bestseller, The Great Devaluation. Number again, 800-900-8000. Don't wait any longer. Get the best information, the best process, the best service, the best value, all from Advantage Gold. 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Call Advantage Gold today. 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
It is part of the devastating human toll taken by Vladimir Putin's war in Ukraine.
According to the Kharkiv Regional Military Administration, more than 2,500 residential buildings have been destroyed or damaged in the area by Russian shelling, 1,500 of which are ruined completely. However, hundreds of people still stay in half-ruined quarters. Tamara Arbakova tells the AP she's definitely not leaving for anywhere, not even to family. No, she says, I won't abandon my home. We've been here since 1968. It was my parents' flat. Some went away for a while and returned, while others, like construction worker Alexander Strishavkov, never left. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
News and analysis at townhall.com. Investors have been busy buying up mobile home parks around the country.
And that's leading to significant rent increases and complaints of neglect from residents. The parks, which for decades were mostly owned and operated like small businesses, have proven an attractive investment for private equity firms and large real estate companies. They offer some of the best returns in the property sector, money that's made by raising rent and saddling tenants with a myriad of fees. The industry argues these investments are making parks more livable, but residents, many on fixed incomes, say they can't afford the rent increases and improvements often don't come. Keith Peters reporting.
General Motors' second quarter net income plunged 40% from a year ago as computer chip and part shortages hobbled factory output, driving the company's U.S. sales down more than 15%. Once again on Wall Street this hour, S&P futures are down 13 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Thanks for help bringing the economy back.
one local purchase at a time.
Kind of uplifts you and you feel better.
It's the greatest comeback of all time. With Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
My name is Ward Roller. A good insurance agent has to put the needs of his clients first. As a law enforcement officer, I spent 11 years protecting and serving my community. It is my honor and privilege to serve Moore County and North Carolina residents with their insurance needs. Come in today or call 910-725-0915. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Fields Plumbing and Heating and Air Conditioning customers include the military, federal, state, and local governments, hospitals, and school systems, as well as many independent businesses. We stand by our services and products, and as a result, we are proud that our business comes from repeat business and customer referrals. Fields Plumbing and Heating and Air Conditioning also serves many residents in Moore and surrounding counties, and we have been in business for 70 years. Call 910-949-3232. 910-949-3232.
When you're ready for your next painting project, there's only one place to go for high-quality products. JB Short Carpet 1 in Southern Pines carries premium Benjamin Moore paints for any type of project. Benjamin Moore offers unmatched color and durability, so color will last for years to come. And when you shop JB Short Carpet 1 in Southern Pines, you're not just improving your home, you're supporting a local business too. Benjamin Moore, for everything that matters. JB Short Carpet 1, Highway 1 North between Southern Pines and Bass, or on the web at shortcarpet1.com.
My mom's home is 9 rooms and 56 years of memories. Everything that's important to her happened under this roof. She's slowed down a little and needs help. Nothing too difficult, just a hand with everyday chores. Someone to look after her when I can't. My mom loves her home. There's no place she'd rather be.
If your mom wants to stay in her home, call me, Bob Bonville at Griswold Home Care Pinehurst, 910-420-2360. That's 910-420-2360. We've been keeping the heart at home since 1982.
Give your desk and your back an upgrade. Turn any old workstation into a sit and stand workstation with an Alera raised desktop from Sandhills Office Supply. With easy access levers for simple adjustments, this space-saving design is affordable too. Experience the benefits of an Alera lifting workstation with a demo at Sandhills Office Supply on US 1 in Southern Pines next to Smithfield's Barbecue.
In real estate, just like in golf, local knowledge is important. So get on board with the team that sells more. Hi, this is Angie McHugh with Sandhill Realty. Our team of agents have over 100 years of combined real estate experience right here in Moore County. We have local knowledge. So check out our listings at WeSellMore.com or call me, Angie McHugh, at 910-315-6280. At Sandhill Realty, we know more, we love more, and we sell more.
NCN News, I'm Mike Rayleigh. The North Carolina State Board of Elections says there's a criminal investigation underway into the signatures the Green Party gathered to meet the threshold under state law to get on the ballot. The party's Senate candidate, Matthew Ho, told WNCT,
just the amount of time it takes to collect signatures, you need people out there 10, 20, 30 hours a week.
There has been more fallout over the Texas school shooting. CBS's Jim Crisula has that.
Robb Elementary School Principal Mandy Gutierrez has been placed on administrative leave. While no official reason has been given for the action, a Texas legislative committee blamed her and an assistant for knowing a lock to the classroom where the May shooting massacre happened wasn't working and not having it fixed.
North Carolina is growing the amount of crimes that require a DNA sample while also making rape kits free when used at a hospital. Lauren Swartz, Director of Sexual Assault Services at Interact Wake County, says it's important to make these victims comfortable.
It's a very scary situation, and this system, I feel, can be very difficult for victims that are going through a very traumatic time to try to navigate on their own.
Gas prices are going down in North Carolina. The statewide average is just over $4, according to AAA. Patrick DeHaan of GasBuddies.com tells ABC 11 that several factors will determine whether the price of gas will continue to fall.
We're in the midst of hurricane season. There's a lot of different things on the radar, but I would say that at least for the next week, maybe two, It could be beyond that. Gas prices should continue to slowly dip.
Life-threatening danger is happening in the western part of the U.S. as massive wildfires fueled by hot and dry conditions. In California, crews are desperately working to contain the Oak Fire, the state's largest wildfire of the year. CBS's Jonathan Vigliotti.
Fire crews made significant progress battling these flames overnight, stopping the spread. It only spread by about 600 acres.
You're listening to NCN News.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon, you wish would never end. The homemade taste of bluebell, and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Some things sound so good, you can almost taste it. Like Bluebell Strawberry Lemonade Ice Cream. Delicious strawberry ice cream swirled with lemonade sherbet and sprinkled with lemon-flavored flakes. It's better than you can imagine.
The good old days are being made right now. The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell Ice Cream at your local grocer and pick up your favorite flavor today.
A federal judge has agreed to block for now and enforce under the state law in a political ad investigation of North Carolina Attorney General Josh Stein's campaign. U.S. District Judge Catherine Eagles ruled on Monday for Stein's campaign and others who recently sued State Board of Elections members and the Wake County District Attorney. The National Weather Service is issuing heat watches and warnings across the Washington state area. KIRO-TV reporter Brigham Hugan.
But many don't have AC. The 2021 census reported that only 44% of Seattle homes had it.
My condo's air conditioning has been out for a month, and they can't get parts. So we're really gearing up this morning. I closed my blinds and closed the windows.
Sherry Badger with the King County Office of Emergency Management says they've been coordinating with several agencies to get information out.
There has been a lot of conversation about 2 Raleigh fire engines being out of service over the weekend. Fire Chief Herbert Griffin told CBS 17.
This is not uncommon in American Fire Service, out of service units, all right? This is something we deal with every day because there's mandatory training, there's mandatory physicals have to be done every day, and you have to put units out of service.
The battle over game show hosts has reportedly been solved.
And now, hosting Jeopardy, Ken Jennings.
Variety says Jennings and Mayim Bialik will keep their jobs as permanent hosts.
The category for Final Jeopardy is Around the World.
Bialik will reportedly host primetime editions of the show as well as the upcoming Celebrity Jeopardy. Jennings will step in when Bialik films her Fox sitcom, Call Me Kat. Each host has been called out on separate issues. Jennings for making a joke about circumcision, Bialik for calling a correct answer wrong. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Mike Rayleigh, NCN News.
We're tracking temperatures to be on the hot side again this afternoon. We're heading into the mid-80s and the lower 90s, so it feels like temperatures in the triple digits. With a stationary boundary to the north of us, a few scattered showers and thunderstorms will be possible for this afternoon and evening. Some could be strong to severe, and because some of them could be slow movers, we have the potential of seeing gusty wind speeds and pockets of heavy rainfall that could lead to flash flooding. Otherwise, overnight, we'll see drier conditions. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center. Right now here in the Sandhills area, we have partly cloudy skies, 76 degrees, humidity 96%, 2.75, winds are east-northeast at 2, pressure is 30-44, solar radiation up to 70 watts per square meter. It is 8:13. Let's take a look at your Sandhills news for this Tuesday morning. Spring Lake police released the name of a man who was shot and killed on Bragg Boulevard on Saturday at about 5:15 in the afternoon. Officers responded to the 1900 block of North Bragg Boulevard after getting calls about the shooting. The police arrived, found a man on the road next to a vehicle suffering from gunshot wounds. The man was pronounced dead at the scene and has been identified as 31-year-old Alexander Jerome Williams of Fayetteville.
Investigators said that the shooting was an act of road rage stemming from some aggressive driving that happened earlier. No charges have been filed, but the investigation continues. Anyone with information is asked to contact the Spring Lake Police. A man from Pine Bluff is facing 16 charges after failing to stop when he was being pulled over by deputies with the Moore County Sheriff's Department. 41-year-old Trandon Thomas was placed at the detention center under a $50,000 secured bond after being arrested. Deputies with the Moore County Sheriff's Office initiated a traffic stop in the 1500 block of Highway 5 near Gaines Street in Aberdeen. During the traffic stop, the vehicle failed to stop, and deputies pursued the vehicle. Deputies were able to get the vehicle stopped in the 100 block of Bachelor Farm Road in Aberdeen. During the traffic stop, deputies located heroin, cocaine, and other drug paraphernalia. Thomas was charged with possession with intent to sell and deliver Schedule I controlled substance, felony possession of Schedule I controlled substance, as well as other drug-related charges. That's your WEEB local news this morning from the Sand Hill Sentinel. And, of course, you can go online to sandhillsentinel.com for more information. It is 8:16. Sports is next, right here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
The Morning Sports Report is brought to you by Hughes Supply of Pinehurst. With over 50 years' experience, Hughes Supply can handle all your plumbing project needs from start to finish. Call 910-295-5541 or visit them online at HughesSupplyPinehurst.com.
NCN Sports. Good morning. I'm Tony Rixby. The Philadelphia Phillies coming from behind last night to post a victory in the first game of their much-anticipated series with the Atlanta Braves. Here's Michael Luongo.
Bryson Stott drove in 5 runs, including a 3-run home run in the bottom of the 8th inning to help the Phillies rally for a 6-4 win over the Braves. Down 3-0. Stott had a 2-run double in the bottom of the 2nd inning to put Philadelphia within a run. His game-winning home run was his 7th of the year and enabled the Phils to move within a half game of the idle Cardinals for the 3rd wild card spot in the National League.
Anytime you can win a baseball game is awesome, and I mean, not just because it was me, but anytime we could get a win and keep chipping away is awesome.
Andrew Bellotti picked up the win. A.J. Minter took the loss for Atlanta. Michael Luongo, Philadelphia.
Ryan Mountcastle hit a tie-breaking 2-run single in a 4-run 5th inning, sending the Orioles to a 5-1 win over the Rays. Orioles manager Brandon Hyde very happy with his bullpen.
Once again, they put 6 zeros up. That's absolutely outstanding.
The Major League Baseball Players Association rejecting what Major League Baseball has called its final offer for an international draft, a move that will keep direct draft compensation in place of free agents, likely to limit the market for some older players. The NFL now entering the media streaming marketplace with NFL Plus service. We get that story now from Tom Merriam.
As NFL training camps kick off, the NFL has added NFL Plus. The new streaming service launched on Monday will offer access to live local and primetime regular season and postseason games on mobile devices, as well as live local and national audio for every game. Tom Merriam, AP Sports.
Back to baseball and other action last night in the National League. The Rockies over the Brewers 2-0. Giants fell to the Arizona Diamondbacks 7-0. You're listening to NCN Sports.
If you or someone you know has been the victim of a crime, the North Carolina Department of Public Safety Office of Victim Services is here to provide support. The office provides a range of free, confidential services to help you regain yourself, receive compensation for damages incurred, protect yourself and your family, and move beyond the stigma of being victimized. Visit ncdps.gov/4victims. That's ncdps.gov/4victims.
North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance was just named one of America's best insurance companies by Forbes and the nation's best auto insurer in Crash Network's Insurer Report Card for the 3rd year in a row. Sometimes being the best means being a little different. Our difference is our people. And with agents in every county, you've got local award-winning service right in your backyard. North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance. Helping you is what we do best.
A rare baseball card could make history at auction. Here's Monica Ricks.
A 1952 Mickey Mantle baseball card could break records when it goes up for auction next month. The rare card is basically in mint condition. Heritage auction organizers say it has a few tiny flaws, but it's still expected to fetch more than $10 million, making it the most expensive piece of sports memorabilia ever sold at auction. Not a bad chunk of change either, considering the card's current owner bought it for just $50,000 back in 1991.
Kevin Durant could be Boston-bound. CBS Sports' Jeremy St. Louis.
The Athletic says Boston offered a package including Jaylen Brown, which Brooklyn rejected and countered. ESPN adds a deal is not close with Boston or any other of Durant's suitors.
Tony Rixby, NCN Sports.
The greatest comeback of all time is underway. Remember to shop local businesses. A reminder from Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
My name is Ward Rowland. A good insurance agent has to put the needs of his clients first. As a law enforcement officer, I spent 11 years protecting and serving my community. It is my honor and privilege to serve Moore County and North Carolina residents with their insurance needs. Come in today or call 910-725-0915. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Cooper Ford has done it again. For the second year in a row, Cooper Ford has earned the prestigious Ford President's Award from the Ford Motor Company, given only to dealers who exemplify exceptional customer service. It's no surprise that Cooper Ford is the dealer of choice in the Sandhills. No games, no gimmicks, no market adjustment addendums or outrageous markups. The price you see is the price you pay at the locally owned Cooper Ford.
I'm Aaron Cooper. Please come see us here in beautiful Carthage or visit us on the web at cooperford.net. And as always, working really hard to be your hometown dealer.
It's our 1-year anniversary of owning your local Sears hometown store in Aberdeen. Hi, this is Katherine Phelps. Joe and I want to thank all of our customers for their patronage and warm, heartfelt welcome to our new community. Remember, creating relationships and helping you make an informed buying decision is our business. And we'll price match any in-stock local competitor. So please shop your locally owned Sears hometown store, Aberdeen.
Replacing a roof isn't just shingles, it's a complete engineered system. At Elite Roofing, we recognize the importance of that system. We're certified installers of all the roofing products we use, with over 28 years of experience in superior residential and commercial roofing. New roof, re-roof, and repair. We stand behind our work with a product and craftsmanship warranty. Call 910-757-0505 today for a free estimate or visit our website at eliteroofingnc.com. That's 910-757-0505.
Hi, this is Rodney Swarms with Plumbing Night. We know that plumbing emergencies can happen at any time. In fact, they seem to happen at the most inconvenient times. And then inviting an unknown plumber into your home, that can add to the stress of the situation. The Plumbing Night wants to alleviate any stress about inviting a technician into your home by guaranteeing that we have not only the very best plumbers, but also the most knowledgeable plumbers. Before any of our employees are hired, all of the employees must undergo drug testing and a thorough background check. If they don't pass, they aren't hired. No exceptions. Once they're hired and part of the team, they receive continuous technical and customer training to ensure that they are the very best at their trade. This training is week after week, month after month, year after year. This training is what got us into community college to teach the plumbing trade. So the next time you have an emergency, call the Plumbing Night. They're known for extraordinary service and integrity.
Call the Plumbing Night at 639-5555, day or night, or on the web at theplumbingnight.com.
Serving more people, more places, 24/7. If your AC breaks down, we'll restore your indoor heaven. Installation or repair, one call will be there. It's your family, don't delay. Comfort's just a call away. We're Comfort Services. Comfort Services.
Comfort Services in Aberdeen wants to make sure your expensive HVAC equipment is protected. They can provide a compressor defender to protect you from power surges and brownouts. Comfort Services also urges you to consider an upgrade from those monthly filters to Honeywell Whole House Media Cleaners. If you replace your heating and cooling system now, you can choose either one of these items at no charge. Call 910-695-2665 or stop by Comfort Services on Highway 5 next to Habitat in Aberdeen. 695-2665.
Comfort's just a call away. Comfort Services.
Hi,
this is Rich Wagner from Whispering Pines. I'd been suffering with acute back and knee pain for many months, and after trying visits to the doctor, painkillers, and spinal injections with no relief, I went to see Dr. Wright at Wright Chiropractic in Seven Lakes. After the first visit, I noticed a lot of improvement, and I've continued to improve with each treatment. Thanks to Dr. Wright, I'm feeling much better than I have in a very long time. I was skeptical about chiropractic treatment at first, but it has truly given me my life back.
This is Dr. Wright. I can't guarantee I can fix every problem, but I will tell you honestly whether chiropractic can be of help for your particular issue. Living with pain is not always the only option. Doesn't it make sense to explore every avenue before resigning yourself to the limitations of pain? Call our office today to schedule a consultation and start living again. 673-2225.
We're proud to be working with our local businesses for the greatest comeback of all time.
Come together.
With Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
The Zumwalt Zone is proudly sponsored by Moore County Citizens for Freedom. Always looking out for you.
Hello, I'm John Zumwalt, and you're in the Zumwalt Zone. I've got two stories today. Both of them have a bit of a twist. The first is about a man who earns his living in New York City, a man who's a minister. His name is Lamore Miller Whitehead. He calls himself Bishop Whitehead. He was robbed last week by some masked men. That's not the strange part. He was robbed during the service. That's not the strange part either. The service was being live streamed, so the robbery was broadcast live. Nope, that's not the strange part. The strange part is the masked robbers walked away with jewels this guy was wearing, worth over $1 million. You might want to look it up and give him some of your tithes because you may feel a little bit sorry for him. The next story is, well, it's about a man who felt he should uphold a woman's honor. And this happened in France. A man at the beach was, I'll just say he was being lewd to some women. A fellow at the beach saw it and he went and got his gun and he shot the guy 3 times. The shooter was 75 years old. Oh, the twist. This happened at a nude beach where clothes are prohibited. Both of these stories smell of hypocrisy, don't they? A man in the pulpit wearing $1 million worth of jewelry, a nudist getting offended enough to kill someone for being vulgar. That'd be like a pedophile supporter getting outraged over Roe versus Wade. Oh, wait, that's exactly what's happened in Moore County. Where's the outrage? I hope everybody has a wonderful day today, and I hope you're very safe. From the Zumwalt Zone.
We're heading into the mid-80s and the lower 90s for this afternoon. You factor in the humidity. We're talking about feels like temperatures in the triple digits. A few scattered showers and thunderstorms will be possible for today as well. Some could be strong to severe, bringing damaging wind speeds and the potential for flooding across the region. We'll see drier conditions in the overnight hours. Tomorrow, we're likely to see another round of strong to severe thunderstorms move in. Highs the low to mid-90s. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
And now, the Sandhills' #1 morning show. Mornings with the LeaderMan. Here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. And heard and seen around the world at talk973.com.
The best part of waking up is waking up with us.
Rise and shine, Sleeping Beauty.
Do you know what today is? Have you got any idea?
Today is National All or Nothing Day.
All or nothing.
But it's all or nothing.
All or nothing.
Well, let's think about that.
Think positive, think positive.
Right. Well, let's get this show on the road then, shall we?
Good morning, Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. Welcome back to the most listened to program in all of the Sandhills. It is time once again for Mornings with the LeaderMan. I am Steve Leader Adams. Don't forget, of course, we're being heard and seen around the world on a live video stream. That's available to you at our website at talk973.com or talk1041.com or WEEB990.com. Top middle of the page is where the link's located. If you go to the upper right-hand corner of any of our pages, wow, you can get our broadcast stream. That's the on-air stream anytime, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And all you have to do is click that icon that says on the air, listen live. Click it once, you're listening that quick. Weather for today is going to be, you know, hot, muggy, sticky. Partly cloudy with a chance of thunderstorms. 94 high, heat index 98 tonight. Partly cloudy, hot, sticky. Thunderstorms, low of 75. Then for Wednesday, partly cloudy, more isolated thunderstorms. High at 94, heat index of 101. And Thursday, again, is going to be the worst day of the week. Sunny with a high of 96, heat index 103. Right now around the Sand Hills, winds are east-northeast at 1, pressure 30-45, solar radiation 71 watts per square meter. Dew point at a very sticky 75 and humidity 94%. It is partly cloudy, 77 degrees currently here at Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. All righty, it is 8:30 straight up. Time for the Hensley Report. David Hensley joins us here in the studio. Good morning, David.
Good morning, Steve. Good morning, Moore County. Welcome to the Hensley Report. This morning, you're going to get your morning shot of DNA. That is David and Abdul. So let me introduce Abdul Ali.
What up, Moore County, Sandhills? What up, everybody?
So we have to start off with this picture of hardworking Joe Biden. Man, suffering COVID. You know, by the way, don't you have chills and high fever when you have COVID?
That's what I was told.
Yeah.
But I was also told you don't get it if you get the vaccine, but that's a different thing.
Yeah. Wait. Let's talk about that. So let's say there was a rabies vaccine and you got your dog vaccine, twice and then got a couple booster shots, but, your dog, not just your dog, but all the dogs still got rabies. Would you get that rabies vaccine?
No,
but, sheeple. Anyway, so the White House, Joe Biden allegedly has COVID, and they went through all we're going to do contact tracing and all that ridiculous stuff. But anyway, so the White House released a picture yesterday of Joe, hard-working Joe, good old pedo Joe, working hard through COVID, out on the back porch, where hopefully everyone has seen this. I know this is radio, but picture the porch of the White House and old Joe looking like Weekend at Bernie's, like they propped him up on a chair. Okay, so back up. I was in D.C. this last weekend.
Right.
So D.C. was built on a swamp. The reason they call it the swamp is our forefathers, put the nation's capital before there was air conditioning in one of the most miserable, swampy, hotty places, that they could. I mean, it was a swamp, right? So I was there this weekend. It was in the high 90s with a heat index of 109. So here you got Joe sitting outside on the White House porch wearing a suit.
A full
suit with a bag. First of all, that bag is as big. He could not carry that bag. Joe Biden could not carry his fancy diaper bag.
Wow.
He could not carry that. And then, of course, they have a German Shepherd there.
Right.
And I wonder if this is the German Shepherd that, bit the 5 people.
No. Wow.
Oh, wait. No, they took him to get him exterminated. I think this is another prop dog.
So, the only thing, when I saw that picture, you made the point of, it's 90 degrees. Who wears a full suit to go work on the patio? Yeah. So, what I heard when I saw this picture is him on the phone, and he's like, what am I doing on this phone?
Right.
Who's on this phone? Hey, Jill, somebody gave me a phone. Hey, whose dog is this?
Well, he's wearing his sunglasses too, so you can't tell his pupils are dilated with whatever God crap they're giving him to keep him alive.
Can't tell if he's awake.
I know, right? So, so they got just this beautifully formed picture with the German Shepherd, attentively looking, you know, and then you just look at it, like, look at his shoes. Those shoes, he's wearing loafers, right? I mean, like, they couldn't even, like, put shoes on him and tie him. And these loafers, if you look, his feet aren't even in them. They're like 3 sizes, maybe 5 sizes too big. Look at that.
That's nuts.
I mean, this does not, I mean, if you're that Chinese leader dude that always looks like he just walked in with his parent, you know, saw his parents having sex. He always has that, oh my God, look, what's his name? Yeah, whatever. You see this, I mean, you're thinking it's time to invade Taiwan.
Yeah, man. Look, and here's the crazy part about this. We talking about Weekend at Bernie's for real. I mean, you saw the Tucker Carlson report. They talking about they got to get this dude something every time. It's like, yo, bro, get him an adrenaline shot before he goes out there or whatever, man. That's nuts.
I saw this picture, and I'm like, God, if you have not seen this picture, you've got to look at it and just laugh.
Yeah, man. He has to be thinking, why am I outside in the heat with this suit on? Come on, man. It's hot.
Where's my ice cream?
Like,
maybe they gave him a popsicle treat or
you
something.
said there's ice cream if I held the phone. I don't have ice cream.
He's probably got 10 fans blowing on him. You just can't see it.
But, you know, it might be a set. You know, it might be another. By the way, what's up with that? I mean, this is not some weird, conspiracy theory, but, you know, when Joe Biden appears at the White House press conference, you know, with his desk, you know, that's a stage.
Why?
I don't know. I mean, you know, maybe they're remodeling the
It's
Oval
in the building next to the White House.
Yeah, I mean, can he not? Maybe they're remodeling. I don't know, man, but that's just weird. I mean,
well, the press can't figure it out either, so you're not alone on that.
Well, the other thing to remember is, you know, and whether they're chalking it up to the guy's clearly, physically, mentally not there. I mean, no thinking, rational person, even on the left, you've got to be like the just most cognitively dissonanced person on the planet to think this guy's actually doing anything.
Yeah, but, you know, at least we have no more mean tweets.
Huh? Well, that's true. My feelings aren't hurt.
No more low inflation.
You know, my feelings.
No more low gas prices.
Yeah, and that pesky and everybody got a job thing, right?
Yeah,
like
no more peace in Europe.
Yeah.
You know, none of that stuff. You know, none of that stuff we have. None of that bad stuff under Trump, like low inflation.
No surplus of fuel.
Right.
Hey,
none of that bad stuff is right.
And remember, we don't need to fund our HBCUs. They don't need it. So
right. Yeah. And we cured COVID. We cured COVID.
That's right.
Yeah, we can just move on. Oh,
so
wait.
nobody ever gets it anymore.
Yeah, like, say, our president. Yeah, what a clown. So let's talk about redefining things. This is a topic too, because, you know, the left has been redefining things. You know, remember when political correctness started off in the late 80s, and they just started redefining stuff, and everyone, well, wait, that wasn't the definition of that last week, or that wasn't, and they've gotten away with it. I mean, you know, shoot, 2 genders wasn't enough for their identity politics, so they just made up, you know, 8 or 9 more genders, right?
Somebody pointed this out to me a couple weeks ago. They said, if you notice, there was a time when the word square meant you were like squared away, like you were, you know, mentally, physically, spiritually, and emotionally fit the 4 corners of a square. You were squared away.
Yeah,
and he said in one generation, it doesn't mean that anymore. If you're a square, like, don't be a square. Like, you know, don't be a prude. Like, you know, it has a different meaning, but that changed in one generation. So redefining things is the left's game, man.
Yeah, well, they redefined, unemployment as an example. You know, what's the unemployment rate? What are they bragging about, Steve? 4%, low unemployment.
Like 3.5.
Yeah, but see, what that is the unemployment rate is the number of people who are looking for jobs, who want to work. It excludes people who don't want to work.
Well, 5% economically is looked at as full employment.
Well, except what you really have to look at, remember I said the unemployment rate is the number of people who want to work, who are looking for jobs. You have to look at the labor participation rate. The labor participation rate is 62%. The labor participation rate is the number of working age people, 16 to whatever, 65, whatever they define. So it's the number of working age people who are either working or looking for a job. So the labor participation rate, 62%, are the number of working age people who are either working or looking for a job. That means that 38% of Americans of working age, 16 to whatever, 60, 38% have completely given up working. So the real unemployment rate is 38% plus 3.5%. So you have a 41.5% unemployment rate. The rest of that 38% are either living off welfare.
Right.
They are living off Social Security, disability. They are independently wealthy. There's a few of them, or, their neighbors are supporting them, or, if you're 17 years old and your parents are supporting you. But 38% of Americans have just chosen not to work. So the real unemployment rate is 41.5%. But they redefine that.
Right.
So just like they're redefining recession.
That's interesting.
Yeah. So I guess we're not going to have a recession.
Look, and Paul Rodriguez, the state comptroller candidate, he said that last night. We're in the midst of something he's never seen, which is we are redefining. He's for New York.
Okay.
He said we are redefining economic terms. He said the government is actively redefining economic terms, like recession.
Yeah. So if you want a low unemployment rate, you just redefine it so you exclude the people who are not looking for jobs because, well, they're not unemployed. Those 38% of people who are not working age, who are not working, according to the government, they're not unemployed. So then you have a low unemployment rate. If you want low inflation, what do you exclude? You exclude fuel and food. Oh, well, gosh, what do most people spend their money on? Food, fuel, and housing, right? So then you have low inflation. And if you want if you don't want a recession, you just redefine recession. So are we going to have a recession or not?
We have one now.
Well, not according to the Biden administration.
Well, they don't. Yeah. And they think it's a Putin inflation, too.
So, well, I pulled North Carolina's number from census.gov, and in North Carolina, in civilian labor force, total percent of population 16 years plus, from 2016 to 2020, the labor force participation rate was 61.2%, and that's 57% of those people in the labor force are female.
Up, if you got it, consumer confidence. That number just came out. Level. That's probably the most important because if people are confident, they're spending money. If they're not, we're heading the wrong direction.
Well, that was another thing the White House claimed the other day. I was listening to the news, and they said that, consumer spending is high. Well, yeah, that's because inflation's high, and you have to spend all your money just to, at a trip to the grocery store. God forbid you have to go to Lowe's and actually buy a tool. Has anyone been to Lowe's lately?
No.
I was shocked, man. I hadn't been to Lowe's in a year or so, and I went and I picked up a three-pack of master locks, all keyed the same. I needed them for work. And a couple years ago, man, that would have been $22. It was $57.
For 3 master locks.
Keyed the same. I mean, it was like 2.5 times more than I recall buying the same thing a year or so ago.
Yeah, I had a friend of mine talking about building a shed. He was going to, build his own shed in the back of the house, and he said, no, it's going to cost me what it would cost to build a small house in the back.
Right. If I was going to build a shed, I would just have to figure out what part of my current house I'm going to disassemble because who can afford the wood?
Right. That's what he said. The lumber alone.
Yeah. All right. Honey, build a shed. All right, sweetie, but I'm going to have to tear down that extra bathroom we got so I can get the wood.
New mortgage for the shed, it sounds
But that's okay. We have low inflation because we just redefined inflation not to include fuel, food, or other things that people actually spend money on.
Yeah, well, it's like the let them eat cake syndrome is what I call it. It's like, no, what do you mean? Milk is not expensive. It should be $6 a gallon. They're like, what are you talking about? Yeah, that's nuts.
Anyway, so but you know what? It is all our fault because we let them get away with redefining stuff, and no one ever stood up and said, "No, you're not going to redefine all this stuff. You're not going to redefine the unemployment rate. You're not going to redefine inflation, and you're certainly not going to redefine your way out of a recession.
No, and that's the MO. That power to redefine. That's what they do. That's the sneaky. Let's just get out of it that way. It's.
Yeah. But I'm glad to hear that the inflation is only transitory.
Oh, this won't last. I mean, it'll only go on until you can't afford anything else ever.
Right. Well, or the currency collapses. I mean, one or the two. And Venezuela, here we come.
And I just heard Nancy Pelosi said no more freebies or something. She was talking about something against China, like she's trying to play like she's tough on China now.
Oh, wait. Nancy Pelosi tough on China?
That's allegedly.
Yeah, we need to look into her finances. I wonder if she's going to be tough on insider trading, too.
Yeah, didn't her husband make a big purchase before something came down again?
Yeah.
You have to add again to that.
Yeah, they bought the chip into the chip company.
Yeah, the day before the House passed a bill very favorable to chip manufacturers.
And he had bought some before that.
Plus, we're low on chips, so you know the demand is there. So that's what and they're getting ready to get a $50 billion budget put in there to stimulate the growth of chips.
Yeah, I think when China invades Taiwan, I think that we better have some chip manufacturing capability elsewhere. We shall see. So, speaking of which, how about let's talk about globalization?
Yeah, the
Yeah, I've been talking about this recently. Globalization. What got me started on it was the Moore County School mission statement. You go to Pinecrest High School, and there it is, to produce global citizens. Global citizens. It's in Moore County's mission statement. Whereas I want to produce proud Americans. Young men and principled young men and women with the character, skills, and education to be successful and proud Americans.
Right.
Be proud of our county, be proud of our community, be proud of our state and our nation. The incumbents, as evidenced by the existing strategic plan and hanging on the wall at Pinecrest, they want to produce global citizens. So let's just recount globalization, right?
Okay.
So, first they took, if you had a manufacturing job in the name of globalization, we had to pass NAFTA and CAFTA. Well, they passed NAFTA under Clinton,
right.
And the theory was, well, if we pass NAFTA, then it'll create all these factories down in Central and South America, and then it'll solve the illegal alien problem, because if we create jobs down there, then we won't have all these economic refugees coming in here.
Sure.
And people bought off on it because, it was a coalition, just like when they took over the school board here in Moore County. It's always a coalition between the swamp and the left, because the left wanted what they thought would be their predictable votes of recent immigrants, and the swamp, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and the swamp, they wanted cheap labor.
Right.
So so they passed NAFTA and CAFTA, saying that would solve the immigration problem, and that took all of our textile jobs, and it took many of our manufacturing jobs just gone.
Right.
With a stroke of a pen.
Pillowtex closed. I remember that. Yeah.
Yep. And then if that wasn't enough, then although they promised that would solve the immigration problem, we exported our jobs, and we still had immigration because, as I said just a few minutes ago, the left wanted the predictable votes, and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and the swamp wanted the cheap labor to compete against who? The rich elite? No, those illegal aliens who are very, very hardworking. By the way, if you look at the labor participation rate,
right,
you will see that the Hispanic labor participation rate is much higher than the total participation rate.
Correct.
So those people coming in here, they want a better life, whether they come from Africa or they come from Central or South America. They come here, they're motivated, they work harder, but the fact of the matter is they compete against Americans for their jobs, so they drive down wages and they create unemployment among Americans, and so globalization has taken our jobs, and the unchecked illegal immigration has taken the jobs that were here, the blue collar, skilled labor. Then
you also got to throw in that they put a lot of demand on the social services that the community provides, like the police, fire, water, sewer,
Yeah,
and,
schools
and hospitals,
schools, whatnot. Sure.
Yeah.
Then you know you were sitting back. You're like, oh, I'm a computer scientist. Oh, I'm an accountant. Oh, I'm a skilled white collar worker. Well, not so quick. We got these H-1B visas, so Microsoft can bring in Google, Facebook. They'll bring in 10, 20,000 workers at a time to displace our highly educated electrical American bred and born, replace our American electrical engineers, our computer scientists, our accountants with these people who work for, 50% less.
Right.
And again, the reason why we have H-1B visas is because the left is a coalition between the left who wants the votes and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and the swamp who wants the cheap labor to drive up corporate profits. The people who pay the price are the American citizens who get displaced or are faced with lower wages.
And the young people in our schools who never get a chance to succeed in those fields because it's a bureaucratic game. I'm going to get these big contributions from these multinational corporations to bring in all of their folks from Hyderabad or wherever, and yeah, man, it hurts the American people the worst.
Well, why even, I mean, if you're a young person and you're well educated, you're in high school and you're thinking, man, I might go and be an electrical engineer or a chemical engineer or a computer scientist. And then you look and you're going to be competing with somebody who comes from India or China or somewhere else on an H-1B visa, and you're not going to do that for the wages that some dude coming from a third world country is going to work for.
Right.
So it de-incentivizes our young people to go into technical fields.
Right. And then it not only that, I think the other side of this, when you talked about at the initial point, American citizens, why is that even controversial? Why?
Wait, are you kidding me? Libby Carter does not want to put proud Americans in our mission statement.
Why, though? You can't...
Because you can't be proud. You can't be proud. You can have pride, but you can't be proud, apparently.
I mean, look...
Libby Carter, who marches in the pride parades, doesn't want proud Americans. So why does she have why does she have an issue with the word proud but not pride? Just throwing that out there. But let's move on to
things
the great...
that make you go,
Right. Let's move on. Well, she's also... I mean, come on. When we were debating an age-appropriate book in the school board, I mean, the passages were outrageously crazy to be in our middle school. I mean, I'm not even going to say them on the radio, right? But you had Libby Carter up there going, well, the sentences... This book has beautiful sentence structures.
Beautiful
structure. Yeah. The issue wasn't grammar. The issue was the book age inappropriate because of the content.
So what we did is we
the issue wasn't whether it had Oxford commas or not.
So we went to a syntactical argument about the formulation of an age inappropriate sentence.
But you know what? Pam Thompson voted to keep those age inappropriate books in our middle schools. That's why we cannot keep Pam Thompson on our school board.
Message.
She'd be a great neighbor. She's a good woman, but she voted to keep that crap in our schools. Anyway, so let's move back to globalization. Let's talk about invasive species. Kudzu. Where do you think kudzu came from? The vine that's conquered the South, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sherman didn't do it when he came through. Kudzu's doing the cleanup job, right?
Well, it came from Japan, and it was meant to be as a soil stabilizer.
Yeah, well,
problem is it reproduces way too fast.
Yeah, well, not good. We need to send it back to Japan. And then let's talk about other invasive species such as Asian carp, clogging our waterways and crowding out sports and native species. By the way, where are these leftists? Where are these leftists who endangered species, if I want to build a house, if I want to build a factory that'll create 10,000 jobs, the left will be out protesting to protect one woodpecker or one snail.
They'll do it for a clover. It doesn't matter.
Right. But their solar farms and their windmills kill hundreds of thousands of birds every year, to include endangered species,
including American eagles.
Their globalization brings over Asian carp that drowns out native species, kills off endangered species. There's even a damn walking fish. Have you seen that?
Nah, I heard about it, but I've not seen it. A walk it out of the water?
Yeah. So let's say
it's the mudfish, isn't it?
Yeah, something like that. You know, it's another thing that crawled out of Asia that, you know, probably came over in a shipping pallet or something. That anyway, I have no idea. Maybe I have no idea how a walking fish gets from Asia to Oklahoma. But so you drain your pond, you know, like, man, I'm going to get rid of these walking fish. You drain your pond and they just like walk over to the next pond.
Are the murder hornets?
Oh yeah, the murder hornets. We have globalization to thank for murder hornets.
Are those? They're still a thing, right?
Yeah, I don't think that worked out. That wasn't quite the, you know, that didn't have the effect on the election the Democrats had hoped to, so they quickly moved on to, like, invading Russia or something.
No.
But okay, and the emerald ash borer, let's talk about that.
The what?
Ash trees,
okay.
ASH, ash trees, those beautiful trees that are throughout all
bats
New
are
England.
made of? Baseball bats.
Yeah. So guess what? Every ash tree in the United States is going to die.
Okay.
Our forests in New England are being deforested. Kentucky, West Virginia, giant swaths of ash forests are being deforested by the emerald ash borer from China. So, you know, you got to ask yourself, you know, is this globalization really worth it?
The emerald ash borer. That sounds.
Ash borer. So there's always been ash borers in the United States, but China sent us an extra special one called the emerald ash borer, and it is going to kill. It is just a matter of time. It is going to kill every single ash tree in the United States. The woodpeckers are getting fat, by the way, because the woodpeckers eat them, but the woodpeckers can't keep up.
Yeah, this thing is a swamp ash with bark stripped by wood feeding on emerald ash. Yeah, whoa.
Yeah, no.
That thing is a monster.
Sounds like we need to get into the woodpecker breeding.
I know, right? We need to. Like, it is no exaggeration. Every single ash tree, whether it is 2 years old right now or 100 years old, every ash tree in the United States is going to fall victim to this emerald ash borer. Thank you, Chinese, and thank you, globalization. But then let's move on to pestilence, right? So we got the Wuhan flu.
Got that. China virus.
We got the China virus coming out of Wuhan. You know, I think there's enough evidence out there that the old gain of function was financed by the National Institute of Health by underneath Fauci. You know, because, you know, they used to do it up here at Chapel Hill, and it was deemed too dangerous, so they outlawed it in the United States. Gain of function, where you take a virus, you know, like a bat virus, and you say, hey, wow, this bat virus, this is a bad deal. Let's mess around with it and see if we can get it to go into humans. That's gain of function.
That's correct.
Yeah,
Military weapon.
Yeah, that doesn't, I mean, you know, hey, let's look at this disease that kills this other species, and let's see if we can get it to jump over to us.
That sounds good.
Funded with your tax dollars in China. Anyway, so now we have the monkeypox.
Right.
Yeah, so that's what got me started on this globalization. So I'm watching this thing on monkeypox, and I'm thinking, the first thing that came to me is, how's that globalization working out for you?
Look, and then the Rachel Walensky, whatever the lady's name is, the CDC director, she's just on TV looking like a hostage when the guy asks her about it. And she doesn't want to say this thing is prevalent in the gay community. She said, this is up there. Well, you know, the two children that got infected, the one thing they have in common is, well, you know, the men who have sex with men community. That's what she said.
Oh, the men who are, like, associated with other men community.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, so is that the homosexual community?
Are we talking about that? But this is the problem, though. We're not going to talk about the elephant in the room. Is how did these kids get it? What's going on to where these two kids got it?
Okay. So you're saying that this lady from the Center for Disease was talking about the monkey virus and how it's prevalent among gay men. Okay. Well, that needs to be addressed. You know, I mean, it's public health. You know, we got to address things honestly.
Well, it's transmitted by sex.
Well, but. So the two groups that have it are gay men and young children. Huh. Did she draw a conclusion to that?
I don't know, but I think the people can.
Okay, well, there you go. Your morning DNA with David and Abdul here on the Hensley Report and WEEB.
All right, and so it goes for this Tuesday. Have yourself a great, safe day. We'll see you back bright and early tomorrow for a Hump Day Wednesday. Until then, be sure to support the businesses you hear on WEEB. They are the core of our economy here in Moore County. So when we support them, they support us by rolling that money over into our economy, and that creates more jobs for all of us. And don't forget also that millions of Americans have fought and they have died to give and protect the freedoms that you get to enjoy today. Live today worthy of their and their family's sacrifice. I'm Steve Leader Adams, and the LeaderMan, and Nick and Colt the dog we'll see you about 2 o'clock this afternoon at the hot, steamy dog park. There are 8 of us. We've been walking together for 8 years, and our 15 dogs walk together every single day through rain, sleet, snow, and heat. But it seems like people are just fed up with the heat. Yesterday I showed you I was all alone, and today, guess what? I'm all alone again. I got 32 acres of dog park all to myself. Well, me and the dogs do. They're smart enough to get in that creek behind me. I'm getting ready to get smart and get back there myself. Have a great hot day. Well, yesterday I told you about my dog walking group. There are 8 of us. We've been walking together for 8 years, and our 15 dogs walk together every single day through rain, sleet, snow, and heat. But it seems like people are just fed up with the heat. Yesterday I showed you I was all alone, and today, guess what? I'm all alone again. I got 32 acres of dog park all to myself. Well, me and the dogs do. They're smart enough to get in that creek behind me. I'm getting ready to get smart and get back there myself. Have a great hot day.
You talk, I'm cool. You talk, I'm cool. talk, I'm cool. You talk, I'm cool. You talk, I'm cool.
Don't eat Honeycrisp apples before watching this.
Most apples have been grown for sugar content. Look at some of the labels. Sugar bee apple. Now, that ought to tell you what's in there. How about a honey crisp apple? That ought to tell you what's in there. But if you're in the apple section, grab some crab apples. One bite is going to tell you they're pretty doggone bitter. They have more of what you're actually looking for, which is the polyphenols, and these make a great addition to salad. Avocados are really one of the best foods that you can eat. They're almost pure fat and fiber, and it's fiber that your gut buddies love. You will actually lose weight by eating avocados. Tomatoes. Now, remember, tomatoes are not a vegetable. They are a fruit. And the scary thing about tomatoes is that the peel and the seeds have lectins. In fact, fairly nasty lectins. So if you have issues with joint pain, arthritis, this is not your friend.
People know that there's something wrong. They're eating healthier than ever, and yet they're sicker than ever.
And do you think it's stoppable through diet?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
If you've ever suffered from digestive issues or weight gain or
Here's the question of the day. Is this piece of paper worth $810 million? In my lottery lifetime, I would say no, because I suck at this. I can never win anything. There's a better chance of getting hit by a meteor. Think about that. What do we have to do, huh? Do I rub the head? Rub the head? What lucky thing can I do to win some of this? Just a little bit. Please, help me. Here's the question of the day. Is this piece of paper worth $810 million? In my lottery lifetime, I would say no, because I suck at this. I can never win anything. There's a better chance of getting hit by a meteor. Think about that. What do we have to do, huh? Do I rub the head? Rub the head? What lucky thing can I do to win some of this? Just a little bit. Please, help me.
She has had some hip issues for a few years now. It's just gotten worse. She has a hard time sitting down and getting up. When we saw the video, my husband was watching it on a Facebook ad, and he said, oh my gosh, that dog is Abby. So he immediately told me to purchase the chews. So I did. Her dog was a different dog. We have a brand new dog now. She has been using the joint chews. We say she's like a Benjamin Button. She's gone back in time. She's younger again. She's running and she's wagging her tail and she's barking and she gets up.
Happy Monday. We're back at it again. I know it's Monday, but I'm going to try to be positive. Positive helps, right? All right, so if you qualified or if you put in your keywords for the Free Trip Friday to see Luke Combs in Charleston, might be calling you just after 8:30 this morning, and that's okay. If you don't win today, Free Trip Friday happens again on Friday as you have a chance to see Little Big Town in the Bahamas. Woo! Yeah, that'll start 7:05 Friday morning. Have a great week.
Our family's overnight RV stops used to include rest stops,
Too loud.
parking lots,
Bit sketchy.
and private parks.
Too expensive.
With more than 3,000 locations, our Harvest Host membership lets us avoid all the stress of traditional overnight stops. Loud, sketchy, and expensive spots have been replaced with free stays at family-friendly farms, quaint wineries, and interactive museums. And best of all, we're supporting small businesses, many of whom are fellow RVers. Grab a Harvest Host membership today and experience the difference.
I'm going to get right to the point. Ceramic coatings are great, but you shouldn't spend another dollar of your hard-earned money on ceramic sealant products. Yeah, I know, it doesn't make any sense, right? But hear me out. Sure, the majority of your car's paint is made up of the clear coat. It acts like a hard resin layer atop the surface of your paint. The clear coat is what helps your car's surface hold its color, keeping your paint shiny, smooth, and pearlescent. But as our cars age, our clear coat starts to break down, a condition that many experts now call clear coat damage. And every car company and detailing business under the sun has car owners believing that ceramic sealants are the #1 way to protect and reverse this clear coat damage, helping you to reclaim showroom shine, restore your car's beauty, and erase years or maybe even decades from your car's appearance. But here's the big lie that none of them want you to find out. Rubbing silicone dioxide or silica on your paint and expecting spectacular results is about as effective as rubbing protein on your muscles and hoping to look fit and toned. It doesn't work that way at all. The silica molecules are really big. They're huge as molecules go. You'd have better luck rubbing golf balls on your car's surface. What that means is that no matter how much ceramic sealant you apply to your paint, none of it will ever get below the surface to repair and reverse your car's clear coat damage. But you don't have to take my word for it. I've got the inside story from Dan Sweeney. He's a certified detailer with the International Detailing Association. He founded the Torque Detail automotive brand, and he's been a VIP guest at the
pores and sits clearly atop your car's surface. This is called a ceramic coating. The first thing you'll notice is that dull-looking paint is restored and swirl marks are much less obvious. This is because the light is not getting caught in these jagged pores and is reflecting off the innovative new product we call Ceramic Shine. It combines the technology of a professional ceramic coating with the easy application of a quick detailer. The key to this all is our cure time technology. We figured out how to suspend a large amount of silicon dioxide particles in a liquid formula. When you spray this on your car's surface, the microscopic silica particles are still wet, so you have plenty of time to work them into your car's surface. Once you've applied and buffed it in, it will slowly cure or dry, which will create that glass-like ceramic coating, protecting your clear coat and jagged pores from further damage and instantly restoring that high gloss.